So, first item on the agenda is the review and approval of the notes of September 26th. Can I get a motion on that?
I will make a motion that we approve the minutes of September 26th as written.
Is there a second?
I do have an amendment,
Yes.
and it's, those minutes number 14.
Yes.
So, under the motions for the
Oh, the dollar?
for the dollar amounts, if you note the dollar amounts, bullets under G are correct, but it's the same motion in italics under each one of them. I think there was a cut and paste, so it needs to be changed to represent the amounts that is not italicized and the vendor that's not italicized.
Would you provide?
See that. So it's not, yeah, it's 9,000.
Okay, can we get a motion on the minutes as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. On the minutes of October 3rd. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve is written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. The section that I didn't get a chance to finish were the minutes on the high school update, and I'll have those ready for the next meeting so that we can approve those as well. Moving, yeah, no, I had the notes, but. Moving on, we're going to go over to Scott for overview of furnishing, fixtures, equipment, and so on. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight, our presentation should be relatively brief, but certainly we're here to answer any questions that you may have. In the past, when we have compiled conceptual budgets for these 3 elementary school projects, when we talk about the total project budget, we're talking about an all-inclusive soup-to-nuts budget, not just the building construction cost and the site construction cost, but also what we often refer to as the soft cost on a project. And so that can involve architectural fees, it can involve engineering fees, it can involve owner's project manager fees, but it always also includes what we refer to as the loose furniture, furnishings, and equipment for the building, and the loose technology for the building. And we have always included a budget for those in the conceptual total project budget that the committee has reviewed on a number of occasions as we've moved through this process. But as we're now, as you are aware, we have the documents out, the schematic progress documents out to the cost estimators, and they're doing a revised budget for the construction cost, in other words, the building and site cost. And so as we start to hone in on a revised total schematic budget for the whole project, there's a furniture and equipment and a technology component that will be in that budget. And we just wanted to take tonight to explain exactly how those costs are compiled and how the estimate for those is compiled, and more specifically what's included in those 2 budgets, because they can be a little bit of a mystery. So we're going to start off talking about those a little bit. We think of them as 2 separate pots of money, if you will. One is for, as I said, furniture, furnishings, and equipment. It's often referred to by the acronym FF&E. You'll hear us use that frequently. And then the other pot of money, if you will, that tends to be a separate budget item is what we call loose technology equipment that goes into the building. And when we think of the furniture, furnishings, and equipment, there are a lot of things that are made up that are covered by that budget. And then when we think of the loose technology equipment items, there's certainly a lot of things that are included in that budget. And so we're just going to summarize a few of what those items can be, starting with the furniture, furnishings, and equipment. And over on the right, we've compiled some examples of what would fall under this furniture and equipment budget. And we often say if you could physically lift the building up and turn it over and shake it, all of the equipment or furniture that would fall out of it would be within this category. So for example, furniture, you know, some of the obvious things, things like student desk, student seating, conference table, teacher desk, for example, dining seating. And then when we sometimes say furnishings, something like a step stool or maybe a storage cabinet, a medicine cabinet that's not built into the construction, because none of these things are items that are built into the construction contract. They're all items that projects tend to procure later on in the process before they're going to move into the building. And so something like in food service, the actual kitchen equipment, the cooking equipment, is always built into the construction contract. But what would go in this budget, the furniture and equipment budget, would be something like the loose pots and pans that equip the new kitchen, or under custodial, you know, even something as simple as a wastebasket or a recycling bin would be included in this kind of budget. A floor buffer, for example, would be included in this kind of budget. And you can see some of the kinds of items that would be in a furniture and equipment budget. Now, does this mean that on all three of the elementary school projects, all of these items will be purchased new? Certainly not. We're going to go through the building and take a survey at some point in time of every single item in the building and what can be reused and what needs to be purchased new. But that's a very comprehensive task that occurs later on. So now we just want to make sure that in budgeting for the project, we have enough money reserved in this budget to cover the items that are going to be purchased new for the new building. And we have recommended in prior conceptual budgets that have been presented, although we didn't get into the detail of how the numbers were made up, we've typically recommended $1,300 to $1,600 per pupil for that furniture and equipment budget. And we just find that with most school projects, the number of pupils is a good benchmark for determining what the expenditure for furniture and equipment would ultimately be. So in the case of the CUNA, for example, 345 pupils at $1,300 to $1,600 per pupil would lead you to a number of 552,000. Now, as an example, I believe in the last conceptual budget, we had $1 million for both furniture and equipment and technology. Half of that was dedicated to furniture and equipment. So in that case, we were at about $500,000 for furniture and equipment for the CUNA. And then for the Lowell, same thing. We were at about $750,000 for the Lowell, so we were kind of somewhere in between those two numbers. And then I believe on the Hosmer, we were at that same number, about $750,000, so we're something in that range. But in this particular conceptual budget, we're going to include the preschool pre-K at about $1,000 per student, so that we make sure that there's a budget allowance for that. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to spend these amounts. As I indicated, in the future, there would be a very detailed survey of the existing furniture and equipment, and then an analysis of what the need is for new furniture and equipment. But just so you know, that's where that line item and that allowance is going to come from in the conceptual budget. It's always been in there. This is not going to be something new, but we just felt like it was important when we had the meeting tonight, and we're honing in on a total project budget to give a little bit more of an explanation on what makes up that particular budget.
Steve?
Scott, I'm just curious, because you said, you know, you'd evaluate whether any of the existing stuff would be, could be used. Would that range of 1,300 to 1,600 be different for a completely, entirely new school when it doesn't exist? And if so, what would that number be, just out of curiosity?
That is the range for an entirely new school.
Okay.
And so if anything, it will go down. Okay. We're just trying to be conservative at this point in time. That's about the range for a completely new school.
Thank you.
Any other questions? John?
Just to add on that, so then likely these are going to be high numbers.
They may be high numbers. We always hesitate to predict the future on these particular budgets too much, because just as an example, we don't know in detail what's going on right now in the music departments. And sometimes we'll go to a district and we'll find that they are providing a lot of support in terms of, just as an example, keyboards, musical instruments, a piano or two, and those can be very big ticket items that can swing this price a lot. So, so we, even on a renovation, we like to carry the new number just to make certain that the last thing we want to do is design a new amazing facility and have to move anything old and tired or not applicable into that building. So these numbers may go down, but it also may be that when we program, we find that a lot of things would either not apply in the new building. For example, there's been a lot of innovation in the area of student desk, student chairs, even teacher desks that you would find pretty fascinating in terms of comfort level and recognizing student habits and the weight of the furniture. So just, it may be that we end up buying a lot of those things new, but this is certainly new range, and it may go down if we decide after the analysis to reuse a lot of the existing.
I mean, you mentioned a piano, though. You wouldn't have musical instruments in this budget.
We sometimes would. Some districts do. For example, if there is a piano that's going to go on the stage at the auditorium at Hosmer, like we don't know yet if that's the case, but it wouldn't be uncommon, even in an elementary school, if you have an auditorium or a music space, to purchase a piano as part of the furniture and equipment for that particular school.
Steve, one other quick question, Scott. Is there any assumed value to the old equipment that you wouldn't use? Or is that negligible?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
So you're going to go evaluate the things you need to replace. Obviously, there's a lot of other things the things that you would replace and you're not going to use, we're going to get rid of that. Is there any value to that, or is it pretty much negligible?
In our experience, what often happens is that gets reused in some other school, or sometimes the city or town will hold, after declaring it surplus, will hold a yard sale and let the community have the opportunity to purchase some of it. The ultimate value of it is a result of how successful those kinds of things become, or if the city or town just decides to make it available on a first-come, first basis to the public on a day. But no, generally, we don't find that there's any significant value to the used furniture, especially if it's in the kind of 20-plus years old.
Regarding the comment about 20-plus years, just so everybody knows, in our capital improvement program, the school gets $15,000 to $20,000 per year, and that's been going on for the last 3 or 4 years. So we've been doing a good job. I think we need to have a conversation internally about maybe we should slow that down for a while with this, but we can have some conversation. We'll be doing the capital improvement program for next year very soon.
It's a really good point, because we often, again, we haven't done this survey and analysis because it would come later on, but it wouldn't be unusual for us to go into a district and find, for example, just as Tom described, that the capital funding had been pretty strong and the entire art program has new kilns, new potter's wheels, and we certainly would want to reuse some of that very valuable equipment. So it could be that whatever you've invested, in fact, it's likely that whatever you've invested over the last few years would definitely be reused as part of this. So, any other questions related to furniture and equipment specific? Loose technology equipment can be a little bit more confusing, kind of what it involves, but it would literally be, for the most part, those things that drive technology in the building that you could pick up and take off with. Printers and copiers fall into that category. Computers, laptops, monitors typically make up the largest portion of that budget. The servers would be included. Any kind of routers, hubs, et cetera, any kind of set-top boxes if in fact there's cable distribution in the building. Those are the major pieces that tend to make up the technology budget. And it does not include built-in things. We're going to talk about this a little later on, but it does not include built-in technology things that we often refer to as infrastructure, like voice, video, and data cabling that would go through the building. That's built into the construction project, and so it would not include those kinds of things. Even something like LCD projection, we often build into the construction project just to make sure it gets placed in the right location and gets put in as part of the building construction and all tied together. And although sometimes once we really hone in on exactly what the budgets are, there can be some exchange of money from one budget to another, meaning from the FF&E budget to the technology budget. If one has been funded stronger, maybe in the past few years, and one needs a little bit more supplement. So it's not as if we're proposing these two budgets remain separate forever. One may go up, one may go down. They both may come down. One may come down by more than the other, meaning when I'm comparing furniture and equipment budget to technology budget. But for now, we assign them the same value on a per pupil basis for each of the schools. And this is consistent with, as I mentioned, with what has been assigned to them in the conceptual budget stages as well. Any questions around that technology? Okay. Because we were talking about loose technology tonight, we did think it would be a good idea to update the building committee on our discussions. We had the opportunity during schematic design to meet with the technology staff and administration for the district and talk a little bit about how technology is being delivered in the district now, what's been done over the last few years, kind of what the goals are moving forward. And we even included police and fire in that discussion because it can be, this is kind of a security. Technology now is all-encompassing, so safety and security comes under the umbrella a lot of times of technology, because technology devices are a big part of that. So we just wanted to talk a little bit about what those discussions involved and what came out of them. And as a result of those discussions, there will be a technology narrative prepared that we'll be distributing with the schematic design documents. In fact, it's already been given to the cost estimators because we want to make sure that in the schematic design cost estimates, we capture the cost of any built-in technology that we would be proposing for the 3 elementary schools. And so we found in kind of drilling down through the schematic design process that most of the cabling in the buildings now in the 3 elementaries is either Cat 3, 5, or 5E, all of which, when you tack on another 3 to 5 years or so, would be warranted for replacement. So we're proposing that in all 3 of the elementary schools, that new Cat 6 fiber be pulled throughout the academic areas in the building in general. So you would see that in the technology narrative that we're proposing, new cable be pulled. Now, because it's been pulled before in the past and all the areas are wired, it's just that some of the cable is older. Pulling that cable is not a significant task. It's just sort of the cost and labor of making that happen that will be included in the construction projects. We also typically build into any new construction project, so we would assume it in a renovation project unless you had a new technology infrastructure. Things like network switches and wireless access points. Also, it makes sense to get all of that built in as part of the construction. So the construction budget, when we update it, will include that for the 3 elementary schools. And just making sure the entire building is set up for wireless access. The buildings have relatively widespread wireless access now, but certainly moving forward in the future, we know that every single one of those classrooms is likely going to have a demand for wireless access, and that is only going to go up as more and more devices get utilized in the building. So we want to make sure that as part of a comprehensive construction project like this, we install a network infrastructure or wireless infrastructure that can accommodate what's going to be happening in the future. The phone systems tend to vary by building, and so, and are, in some cases, systems that have been expanded over time. In some cases are dated system, and so it does make sense. It's not a super expensive component, so it does make sense to assume that we want to do the new cabling for a phone system and be prepared for those to go into the project. Same is true with video distribution in the building. We want to make sure that the appropriate LCD projectors, like, I think that there's certainly been an investment in technology in all the buildings, but for the most part, we saw equipment in the LCD projection mode that was sort of 4 years plus old, and by the time these projects are completed, would be due for replacement. So we've included that as part of the construction budget. The PA systems in the building, again, in this day and age, we, as communication becomes very important, we want to make sure that the PA systems for each of the schools have the necessary emergency, and both emergency and administrative communications. So we're carrying the cost associated with those in each of the buildings. And then with regard to security, we want to make any new building that we would be designing would have card reader access at the perimeters. You know, the printable cards are the norm now, if you will, with regard to new buildings. The classroom hardware, door hardware, has panic capabilities, so we're proposing that that all be available. Building having lockdown modes that can be triggered from a variety of different locations, including handheld devices. So those kind of security systems we'll be planning and incorporating as built-in technology in the building. And then in talking with the police and fire officials, there's an opportunity on all 3 campuses. The conversation was more detailed sort of surrounding the Hosmer campus, because there you have a lot of public and community access and community fields. But making sure that the buildings have a really solid outdoor CCTV system. And we don't have to decide at this point in time kind of exactly who has access to that. We know if we do an IP-based system, the school can work with the town to decide exactly who has access to those systems and exactly what those systems ultimately are. But we did discuss inside the buildings, you know, in an elementary school, you don't monitor as many spaces as you do, for example, in a high school, but it's still very important to monitor key locations within an elementary school. So we are carrying in the budget the money to do CCTV both inside and outside the buildings. And there'll be a lot more detailed discussion about exactly what those systems are and exactly how they're set up and exactly what they involve as we move through the design process. But we at least want to make sure that the schematic budgets include sufficient funds to cover what may ultimately be done there. That's all for built-in technology. Any questions around that? I know we went through it kind of quickly.
Dee Dee.
I just have a couple of questions. I'm assuming that the voice lift system is a RF amplification system, and that would be in all the classrooms?
That is correct. It's normal now for us to incorporate in any new building or renovation building voice lift in all classrooms. You just don't know where the students may end up who need that benefit. And we've found that even in a classroom where you don't necessarily have a hearing impaired student, that all students benefit from voice lift, so will be all classrooms.
Sorry. And then
Voice,
my-
and by the way, voice lift is, for those of you who aren't familiar, is just the ability for the facilitator or the teacher in that classroom to wear a wireless mic and it to be broadcast through speakers that are integrated into the ceiling and have good balance and good sound balance throughout the entire space, so that you don't necessarily have to be in the front row or, and even if you're in the back row where I used to hang out, you can still hear everything very well.
So my second question is, can you just explain what the intrusion detection system is?
Sure. Let me just go back. The intrusion detection that we're referring to here is not a CCTV. I don't remember which one it came under, but okay. This is just a motion sensing and glass break system, so that on the first floor of the buildings, at all doors and windows, we would have either motion or contacts, so that if the perimeter is breached at any point in time, you immediately know that that has occurred. So when we talk about intrusion detection, we're talking about a constant monitoring of all those perimeter doors and windows, so that any point in time, if any one of them comes open, somebody knows that. It's not to be mixed with or confused with the CCTV system, which is just, video surveillance of all areas. The two are independent systems.
And then just on that same slide, so the enrollment stations, what is the vision for the enrollment station?
Which one are you referring to?
So in the first paragraph in the securities, right there, it says an enrollment station
Yes,
shall be provided?
that means that you have the ability to print your own card reader access and control that, so that you have the ability to assign an independent code to every single card that you print internally, and then you can track that, and so you can know how many times that card has been in and out of the building, exactly where it came into the building, and it gives you full ability to, enrollment means you enroll them in your system and you print a card specific to that person. If that's lost, you can take it right out of the enrollment, put a new card in the enrollment.
Perfect, thank you.
Other questions? I have a question on the security. You talked about the cameras. You talked about not as much here as you would in a high school. I assume entrances, all hallways?
All
Maybe
hallway,
No
yep.
classrooms, cafeteria?
Yeah.
Could you just describe?
Sure, yep. Typically in an elementary school, we would do hallways, we would do major spaces like dining space, gymnasium space, we would do bathroom entries outside, just because there can sometimes, be the need to review an event, and students who moved in and out of those spaces. We would do lobby, entry lobby. It's just that in a high school, in this day and time, we typically try to leave no square foot untouched by cameras, and sometimes in elementary school, because the students are generally, have a teacher or facilitator with them, are not left alone quite as much, that we don't generally do sort of every square foot of an elementary school, but still a lot of cameras and a lot of monitoring for a variety of different reasons.
Just to Dee Dee, are you comfortable with that scenario?
Yes, at the elementary level, for sure.
And the video access, the card reader access includes video communication at, primary entrances where everybody can see exactly who's coming in before they come into the building. We'll be talking later on about the control vestibule and how the entry sequence occurs at each of the buildings.
Steve?
Scott, one other question about the motion sensors and window break sensors. I think those are things you a lot of times find with home security systems, and I'm kind of curious about your experience and how they work over time and who maintains that. One one of the contacts comes loose, and so that window always says it's open, and, you know, then people stop trusting it, and et cetera, et cetera.
There's certainly some maintenance associated with all of those systems. In cases where we're building them in new, the systems are improved. They're not you think of retrofit, it's often an attached device to the frame, and it's more vulnerable, whereas with the new systems, that's often built into the frame where you can't sort of get to it. So we will attempt in as many locations as we can to make those as bulletproof as possible, as maintenance-free as possible. There will be a certain amount of maintenance associated with those, and we may decide for some reason not to do every single area, like some schools decide not to necessarily do all the window contacts for the maintenance reasons. It might just be doors. Doors are always helpful because it's relatively easy to maintain the system related to the doors, and it just gives you that constant ability to know if somebody's propped open a door, which is off. It's off. I would say 99.99% of the time, this system is used to stop people from propping open a door. It's not triggered when somebody's trying to get in the building.
Thank you.
Which is still good because, it's giving you a secure perimeter. It's helping you secure the perimeter of the building.
Any other questions on the technology piece, or anybody from the member of the public that wants to ask any questions about furnishings and technology, security? Yes.
Jimmy Mello, 514 Mount Auburn Street. Something I saw on the news, and it was probably within the last month, that they were using in schools, I want to say in California for security, is a facial recognition. If you went in the database, I don't know if that's something that is available for schools, but it was unbelievable how good it worked. They used examples of somebody that was blocked out intentionally, and it wouldn't even open the doors.
It is. It's an evolving technology. It's not perfect. It's not utilized as much at a small elementary school as it would be in a large high school environment. But the technology is out there, and we haven't sort of gotten into the secure perimeter and any discussion about what we would be doing in that realm either. But there's certainly a lot of new technology. We would probably stay away from some of the newer technology, but a lot of things are available. There'll be a lot of discussions around what level we want to go to in all of the buildings as we move into more detailed design discussions.
If I could,
Yes.
just to speak to that, not that we have from the outside visual, recognition systems, but we have moved into a visitor management system in our schools, which is called Raptor, where we are scanning IDs and making sure that people coming into our buildings are correctly identified and wear a name tag throughout their visit. So we did take a step in that direction already without even starting the projects.
Any other questions from the audience or the committee? Scott?
I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
One of the things that we had down here was setting the FFE and technology budgets. Is that?
We're going to be proposing in this next round of budgets an amount for those. It'll fall right in that range. The main thing we wanted to do tonight is just let you know where that range comes from and what kinds of things are included in that.
So yeah, we had carried a total of 4.15 million in the previous estimates, which was, we're carrying, as Scott said, the FF&E and the technology is often blended together. It works about $2,800 per student. And then we just had $150,000 in there for furniture at the preschool. So I think the question was, do we want to maintain that? Do we want to increase it? We certainly don't recommend reducing it. We always, sort of compare projects with MSBA. MSBA you'll get into this when you're in the high school. MSBA reimburse up to $2,400 per student, so a lot of people will carry that. That's the minimum. That usually doesn't cut it. So I took a look at the MSBA information that's out there, and it, some of the projects range from the minimum of $2,400 all the way up to $3,800. So we certainly recommend, carrying that, or sorry, from 24 up to 3,800. We recommend carrying at least 2,800 per student, and then some additional money. We won't need that much for the preschool, but certainly additional money for that, so.
And that falls within this range that we were discussing.
Any other questions? Okay, community outreach group. Vinnie?
Nothing to report from last meeting.
High school update?
So at this point in time, based upon the recommendation of the school building committee, we, on October 23rd, the town council will be having the first reading of the loan order for the feasibility study and the schematic design for the high school. The public hearing and vote will take place on November the 13th, and at that point in time, we will be providing a presentation around the status of the high school building project and what the feasibility study will look like. So that's the update at this point in time for the high school.
Thank you. One of the things that was sent out on Friday were invoices, but we did not put them on the agenda, so the invoices will be put on the next agenda. And I just spoke to Shane, we're going to make it a permanent agenda item, so that's why we're not voting on them this evening. I have a couple other things. First of all, I did mention at the last meeting that we were going to be talking about creating a sustainability subcommittee, and we're going to be going out to the schools in 3 meetings next month. What I'm asking, we will create that committee as soon as we're done with those meetings, but I'm asking if I'm looking for 3 people that would want to volunteer on that committee, so we can be, as soon as we go through the public information sessions, we can set up this committee to, as we continue moving forward before we get too late. So if people that are interested would forward their names to me, I'd appreciate it. You got a couple of weeks to do that. General public. Does the public have, Brian, please identify yourself.
I'm Brian Abison. I'm a member of the Watertown Environment and Energy Efficiency Committee. I'm also live in Worcester Street. And just in terms of the Sustainability Subcommittee, I just wanted to note that we're very enthusiastic in the Energy Committee about the Sustainability Subcommittee. We think it's going to be a great forum for working through some of these issues that are sort of unwieldy, I think, in this large body that has a lot of other issues that are going on. I would recommend that not holding off on actually getting that subcommittee going, even though I know that there are some timing issues with the public outreach, for 2 reasons. One of which is because it's my belief, and I think if you talk to some of the architects, that generally if you're doing sustainable design, you need to get that in. The earlier you get it in, the better it's going to be, and the less cost there's going to be involved in doing that. So being as this is close to a year on in terms of this process, I think it's quite late to be sort of getting rolling with that part of it. So I would suggest that we keep moving forward with that, even though we do have other moving pieces. The other reason I would say that would be a good reason to keep moving forward with it is because of the fact that it's a good venue for having public participation. So there's a lot of public interest in sustainability, and to the extent that this would be another venue for that participation to be used, and to remove a lot of that from this body, and maybe leave more time for other issues in these meetings. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Right. Thanks.
I'm Pat Rathbone. I live on Adams Avenue, and Brian really said everything I was going to say except one thing. Yeah, and we would like to find a way to get information from that subcommittee, to stay apprised of what they're doing. Another argument, I guess, for the, let's get going on this, some months ago, we developed and put out a petition around sustainability for these schools and had over 500 Watertown citizens sign in support of it. And I just wanted briefly to just go through those bullet points that they were supporting, because we've already lost a lot of them, we know that, but we want to be able to get as close to them as we can. People signed supporting zero emissions to project goals of the RFS, to ask for platinum LED, I think that one's gone, to use on-site solar generation at all 3 schools, to explore the possibility of using ground air source heat pumps, to require a conserving envelope to be part of all the designs, and to make room for early and ongoing public comment. Thank you.
Anyone else?
The question relates to the figures that are quoted here for the preschool and the pre-K, and what justifies only $1,000 per student here when you talk about furnishings, equipment, and the technology blend, versus the range of, $1,300 to $1,600 for the K through 5 kids.
Most of it's because with the K to 5 kids, we're thinking about equipping the dining space, the kitchen, the auditorium, the gymnasium, an art room that typically has pretty intensive furniture and equipment, music room, and so that number tends to be slightly higher against a preschool pre-K, where it's primarily just the furniture in those classrooms. And in this case, because the preschool pre-K, if they were going to be utilizing any of those kind of resources, they'd be utilizing the Hosmer resources that are already available and are kind of covered under the Hosmer K to 5 piece.
Right, and I guess that was where my question blended, is that the overall technology costs with the expansion of the pre-K and the preschool, that shared amount of all of the overall work with the expanded space, it didn't make sense to me, the 1,000 versus 1,300 to 1,600. Because there's this overall building cost, and then there's the per student and what they're doing in the classroom cost. And I'm assuming that, some of these other items like the computers, the overheads, all of the stuff that you walked through are going to be in every classroom regardless of what grade it is. And if we're talking about expanding those 2 realms of preschool and pre-K, that this would be a little bit higher, or you just lumping it into the 1,300 to 1,600 with all the other kids?
Well, I think that the 1,300 to 1,600, which is actually 1,400 that we chose as the proposed number, is representative of a lot of additional specialized program spaces. If we just had a preschool pre-K building that was standing alone, just as a hypothetical, the cost per pupil for the furniture and equipment and technology for a preschool pre-K is typically lower than it is for a K to 5, because they don't have a lot of those other facilities.
So I guess my question will be, you'll have a detailed explanation by items and volume for the budget when the budget is finally pulled together?
Eventually, there is a program that identifies every single microscope, every single trash bucket, every single item that's being procured for the entire building.
Okay, because to some of the other comments, some of the items that are on here seems like a little bit of scope creep into what has already been funded by school budgets, and equipment that has been bought, or technology that has been purchased, laptops, et cetera, that has been funded year over year. And even if we stop, there are still some significant purchases that have been made in the school budgets that I wouldn't expect to be here.
Right, and all of those things would offset things that we might potentially purchase. So as I think it was David mentioned, we would do the inventory and determine how much of that we could keep and how much of it would have to be purchased new.
Okay, I just see it as a different budget. But then my final question in regards to the security and the card maintenance. So you'll have, this is a question first, will you have one central location for future high school potential, as well as all the elementary schools and the middle school, for the technology to manage the cards, or is it a site-by-site component?
Generally, it's managed in one central location for district-wide distribution on something like card reader access.
So does that mean that there will have to be a new role that's set up to manage that? So that, in managing the cards and the technology, because, depending on what technology you go for, I'm familiar with it from major hospitals and locating in major hospitals and how the upkeep is maintained, and it is significant, especially with updating the technology and maintaining that over a 5 or 10-year period.
The district has a number of staff now that monitor and maintain those kinds of things, certainly not at the level of card reader access and producing cards for the entire building. It'd be difficult to say if that's going to result in a new person, for example, or if it's just going to be an assignment or a role that's going to be taken on by somebody who currently exists within the district. But the process and maintaining it has become more simple, I would say, with the technology over time, but it's hard to say if it would ultimately be an assignment to somebody that's already on staff or become an assignment for some future person that may share other responsibilities.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the general public? Okay, just want to spend a few minutes on the building committee schedule. We've finally been able to narrow down what we're doing in the month of November, and I understand that this is going to be a challenge for some, but it's a necessary step that we have to take, and as many people that can participate would be, we're going to continue to move on. On November 7th, we're going to be at the Cuniff School at 6 o'clock, presenting the Cuniff plans, and if something is needed, we will be having a business meeting afterwards. The potential that we're looking at now is a meeting on November 8th to go over updated cost estimates for what's been presented to date. November 14th, we're going to be at the Hosmer School. November 28th, we're going to be at the Lowell School. All of these will begin at 6 p.m. Steve Magoon has helped me with his staff to identify an outreach that we're going to mail to. We're not just going to be talking to the school people, we're going to be talking to all the residents within a certain parameter. We're not going to mail it town-wide. We want to be sensitive to the neighbors. I'm going to be working asking the community outreach subcommittee to help us with some of the outreach to get people to the meetings. Charlie, the superintendent, will be putting out through her principals or whoever, notifying all the parents that these meetings are going to be happening. So I'm confident that we'll be able to reach a number of people and tell everybody what's happening in their neighborhood. So if anybody has questions on that from the committee at this point, please.
Is the November 8th here?
We don't know yet.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to book a room.
Okay.
Did you guys figure out where in the schools it will be? Sorry, what was the question?
Where in the schools?
Talking about that.
Oh,
We will
so
determine the best location
Yeah.
in the schools that will hold.
I'll mark that TBD. Perfect. Thanks.
So any other questions? Kelly?
I just have a question for Scott, really. So for the month of November, can you just give us an update of where you guys will be and what AI3 will be working on while we're presenting to the community?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously going to set up the presentations associated with those 3 meetings. And we're also in the process of working with Daedalus on the budget presentation for the 8th, because even though we submitted a progress set of schematic design drawings, we continue to provide both cost estimators with supplemental information. We are continuing to develop the exterior on all 3 of the exterior and interior on all 3 of the buildings, and subsequent to this series of neighborhood meetings, we would be coming back with our development on that.
I just want to also point out that it's going to be important to hear from the neighborhoods, and if certain neighborhoods don't appreciate or don't like what we're doing, we may have to take a look, revisit the design for that particular neighborhood. And I'm just putting that out there because we do need to have flexibility and respect for the people that are living there and the people that are paying for it. I mean, I think Scott has done a great job getting us to this point, but we need to show them something. So I'm really focusing on these meetings and getting the word out for people to know what's going to happen in their neighborhoods. And then we'll start focusing on sustainabilities, budgets, and moving forward from there. And I'm hoping that we'll keep this thing moving as while we're doing a bunch of things at the same time. Kelly.
Sorry, maybe when we get to that point after we've reached out to the community, it would be great to maybe put together another schedule or revisit the schedule just to see where we are in conjunction to where we were supposed to be, just so we're all on the same page. Because I think there's other things that we could talk about with the sustainability group as well. It'd be nice to add a procurement aspect to that to see when we need to start bringing on some other consultants, like a commissioning agent if we were to do a sustainability group. So it might be nice to see that at the same time.
I will also say that I have booked this room for December 5th and December 19th as well. So lots of dates, lots of potential meetings. We'll work with Scott and Shane to get an update on the schedule as to where we're going from there. Any other questions, comments? General public, one more time? Yes.
So in regards to the community outreach and notifications, so the goal is to do the residents that are around, that own, property owners around the neighborhoods?
Yes.
And then the entire school population?
Yes.
So I find that a little imbalanced because I would expect that, you know, the parents are one component that were involved prior to the community being notified and this open public back and forth. I would hope that we would publish it widely so that if any of us that want to go to the CONIF that don't know about it or go to the Lowell meetings as well as the Hosmer, I mean, this is a town-wide initiative with a huge expense that will carry on beyond the elementary as we start to talk about what's happening with the high school. I would hope that there are wide broadcasts for this, not just to the parents, but to everyone in the surrounding communities as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any new business to come before the committee? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.